Just some slight difficulties getting started this evening, collective. Welcome in. Just some slight difficulties getting started this evening, collective. Welcome in. Par for the course. Only got 4 to 5 people in here on a Monday night. I'm here sitting, trying to form the sentences and communicate in a way that will articulate my thoughts to literally get my point across. The headlines currently with the flooding in the States, and quite frankly, the news all around the world. It's bringing me back to a couple of the prophecies that I spoke about. Back at the end of the year. It also brings me back to before 2019, when I took to Facebook and decided to speak on quite a bit of things. A lot of the different situations that I've spoken on in the past it fell on deaf ears. And a lot of what I said has already come to pass. And the one thing that I find rather difficult to wrap my head around is the fact that the divine gives these messages to certain people, to provide the world. They're given purpose. They're given intention. They're given reason to provide this information. And people think these people are crazy. They're out here outright dismissing the messages. They're out here outright totally ignoring it. It boggles my mind. Throughout history, all these prophets and these people that have been given the calling to come forward to speak on certain things, they're literally put to shame for speaking up on certain things. And then they sit there and think that they have a right to complain. Meanwhile, had they listened to the messages in the first place, they wouldn't be in this mess to start. The divine is extremely frustrated with the current status quo. Extremely frustrated. Because there's people out here that have been given the calling. They've been given the messages. They've been given the intention and the purpose. And yet, the people that have been given these gifts and these responsibilities are failing to do anything with it. They're too scared to look stupid. Than to actually speak up and do something. Now, the actual divine speaking on this, and it's saying that it's not going to have you go out and do stupid shit. It will definitely have you go out and change the world. But it's not going to be out here telling you to go out and end a person's life. It's not going to tell you to go and take a person off the planet. It's not going to go out there and tell you to wreak havoc and chaos in somebody's life. Just as the divine can be loving and nurturing, the divine can also have vengeance. Loving and cruel all at the same time. And this is why it's good to stand and move forward with good intention. It's not about being scared of the divine and what the divine can do. It's about not wasting the divine's time with trivial drama. Such as what the karmics are doing at this time. We've got these karmics out here dressed up in divine clothing, thinking that they're masking, thinking that they're acting out the part, and thinking that they are taking on a divine calling call them priests, call them pastors, and yet they're nothing of the sort. And yet they wonder why their congregation is falling apart. There's people out here saying that they're godly, and yet they're talking about the blood of Christ and about being covered in the blood of Christ. It's not godly. Sounds pretty Luciferian to me. And not only is it Luciferian, but it's definitely praising the sacrifice, which is an insult to the divine. It's an insult to his life. The actual act of praying to Jesus is an insult. Because he wasn't meant to be worshipped. He's meant to be remembered. To follow his footsteps in the sand. And to let him take you by the hand. But he was never to be worshipped. He wasn't one to be sacrificed. He wasn't one to be mocked or made into something that he wasn't. Try Enoch. And try the Lost Gospel of Thomas. To think that the world is going on about this dumbass world government. They can't even get their shit together and fix the roads. They can't even get their shit together and run their systems that they've got. Whether they're an old system or a new system or whatever system. They can barely keep the world from going to war. There's almost a war every Thursday. And they're going to come around with a world government? with the world currency and a world system and think that it's actually going to work? Just think about that. They don't even have an actual half-decent fucking health system out there. Their education system sucks. It's all a bunch of fucking lies. And then they're gonna come out here with a new currency and a new fucking system. They gotta be out of their fucking minds. It's a laughing fucking stock joke to think that they're gonna try to gain control over the masses of people. There's already an uprising across the planet. How's that working out for you? It's to the point now where they're round-upping everything. They're either burning it down, they're poisoning it, or they're flooding it out. They're taking over the rainforests. And somehow we're going to go to another planet and take over that one too. We can't even take care of the one we got. And you think you're going to go to another planet after this? Let alone get up in the air? You can't even fly a fucking plane. And you think you're going to fly out to what? So-called space station? That's as far as you got. The divine is sitting there laughing and giggling, telling these so-called elites to stay in their lane. To some degree, maybe they should clean up their own damn backyard before they try to fuck up somebody else's. Maybe they should try to clean up planet Earth before they think that they're going to move to somewhere else. But that doesn't mean eradicate 3/4 of the fucking planet. Definitely not optimistic, successful, and inspired. Not much hope going on there. No boundaries, right? And no apologies because of their arrogance, their rash actions, insincere, disrespectful. Enough is enough, to the point where we're having to create some boundaries as a collective. We all need to get inspired, collective. Get optimistic. Because all they want is us paranoid. They want us cautious, insecure, guarded, when we should be healing. We should be taking time out for self-care, introspection, reflection, meditation. You want to know what I did all weekend? I hung out with myself. You want to know what I did all week last week? I hung out with myself. And you know what I did? I hung out with my younger version of myself. My adolescent, as well as my teenager. My teenagers literally live it. My adolescent is still healing, but they're a heck of a lot stronger than what they were. They were broken before, absolutely shattered. And it was due to the trauma from the health system that they had to that they had to deal with. I'm soon to be 43 years old and I'm still dealing with it. So the fact that these so-called morons want to come in here with a new system, they couldn't even take care of the system that they had. And the fact that they think that they're going to come in here with a new system and it's going to work fine, they got another thing coming. Because they're masking, they're hiding, they're concealing. There's a lot of deception regarding that. The thing is, we have the ability to settle and secure and be wealthy. We have to have the, you know, the, they're basically just thinking of themselves is what they're doing. The established, the settled, the wealthy, they're masking. But they will be facing consequences because we're cutting ties with their two-faced exhaustedness, and Archangel Michael is protecting us. Archangel Michael is the angel of war and justice. And considering this is a spiritual war, it's pretty substantial when it comes down to it. I hear somebody asking, then what do we do? If you think you're so smart, then what do we do? How do we fix things? You want to build trust back in your nations? The people that lied to the populace and the people behind these snakes that lied to the population of humanity regarding the last 5 years, they need to be brought to judgment for crimes against humanity. You want to gain trust back in for the populace of the population of the world? These people need to be held accountable. Just to start with. That should go without saying. They had no business doing what they did. thinking that they were going to get away with it. Welcome in, everybody. The very fact that they thought that they were getting away with it, the very fact that they were actually working a eugenics program, the very fact that they involved the whole entire world in this PSYOPs program. And you know what it was for? To get rid of the stupid people. To get rid of the sheep. And that's not my opinion. That's just fact. But they're trying to compare a deceived person that was lied to and deceived with a stupid person. They're trying to compare that. And I really honestly don't think that you can compare it. I really don't honestly think that you can utilize those two perspectives in the same idea. How is somebody that's been lied to? How is it possible for them to make a right decision if they've been lied to their whole life? Lied to, deceived, had the wool pulled over their eyes. How's one to make an educated decision if they've been brainwashed? It's a big question. And if they've been brainwashed, are they still stupid? Or are they just a obedient worker? Obedient slave? Like, really, make it make sense. The fact that there's been sacred information, sacred knowledge kept from the populace. There were libraries burned over the millennia, over the centuries. There was books, there was scrolls, there was information that was stolen and taken from humanity to elevate humanity. You can't compare a fish to a bird and their ability to fly. Because there is no comparison. There's certain birds that can swim, and there's certain fish that can fly to some degree. but it's more or less they jump out of the water. I guess it gives a whole new meaning to fly fishing. I know, bad dad joke, but I'm an uncle, so don't judge me. There's going to be a certain time where we will have to rise as a population. There's going to be a time where we're having no other choice but to make a stand. Parts of the world already have. Parts of the world have already stood up and made an example. It needs to be done in such a way that is peaceful, yet demonstrative of what we can offer the world and what we can show up with to support our communities, to rise above. If we don't rise above and we don't start working together, we're going to be left separated. We're going to be left divided and helpless, because they're literally making it virtually impossible to be out here on our own, which creates a huge vulnerability. I try to speak on this, and I'm left being throttled here on YouTube. With 11,000 some odd subscribers, I've lost 15 subscribers in the last week. And if I don't go live for more than 1 or 2 days, I keep losing subscribers. Not that I give a fuck, because I really don't. At this point, I know the ones that actually mean something, that are actually loyal, they'll stay. The ones that get me, the ones that matter, they'll stay. It's really interesting to see quite a few have fallen off. It's rather interesting to see how many were actually lurking, only to sit there and laugh and mock. It's not funny anymore, is it? It's not the same as it used to be. I've had quite a few jump into my DMs and talk to me regarding what's going on in the world and what's going on and um, what I've come to mean to them. I've got some really good comments, some really good feedback about how I've spoken and touched people's lives, and I've made a difference. And honestly, the loyal ones that stick by me, I stand with you. The odd thing is, though, is that you stretch all around the world, from India to United States to Canada to the UK to Australia, New Zealand. I've even had some from Russia, Mexico, Scotland. Across the whole world. I'm ever so honored and blessed to have you part of the journey. I come on here to inspire, to elevate. And considering I've been dealing with a lot of spiritual warfare the last little while, I found one of the common denominators as to how to rise above a lot of this. Because I know there's people out there asking me, how do I do this? How did I do this? How did I overcome all this? What's my secret? The very fact that you're asking me that question tells me you haven't listened to a damn word I've ever said. And the fact that you think that there's just some elixir or particular equation, you think there's some sort of quick answer to that question. How do I overcome it, and how do I do this? Meanwhile, every single video that I've ever done on this channel, there's probably one particular thing that I've said every single channel, every single video. And yet they still think, who the hell does he think he is? What the hell is the secret? How does he keep going? How is it that they throw all of this shit at him, yet he still keeps getting up? He still keeps striving. What's the one thing that I continuously speak on? Put it in the comments. I've even spoke about it tonight. Renee pretty well nailed it on the head. But yes, Stacy and Sarah, you're pretty well on the money. Since I've healed my inner child, that little guy's gotten stronger. He was literally shattered. He was literally brought to a puddle of goo on the ground. Not only because of the fact that he was abused and he didn't feel safe by his family, by the so-called health system that's supposed to be there to help him and to nurture him and to make sure that he's safe and to make sure that he's feeling good and healthy. No, instead they poison him. Misdiagnose. Abuse. Traumatize. It's pretty sad that I have to take the accountability of that stupid-ass so-called health system. And I have to take the accountability and heal myself. And that should hit deep. The fact that I have to heal myself and I can't rely on my so-called health system because they're a bunch of fucking snakes. And that goes for the medical system and the dental system across the board. And if it wasn't for the divine working its magic and miracles in my life, as well as my discernment and the wisdom and knowledge that I've gained, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere. I wouldn't have even had a chance. And that's the scary part. The so-called health system is not healthy nor a system. I don't think it ever was, and I don't think it'll ever be. Even with the fact that we have this new technology and the ability to have new technology, I doubt it will ever be anything substantial. I don't have any hopes for it. It's pretty sad. There's definitely something about destiny and a wish fulfillment, though. What the fuck was that? Yeah, something tells me that it's going to be switched up, Sarah. Collective, this Queen of Swords in the reverse, this lion bitch, they're getting exposed. And the divine is literally dealing with them. They're losing their shit. Because you're moving on. You're moving forward. There's somebody out here very much lying, deceiving. They're being dealt with. They're all pissed off. They're going to be feeling helpless. Somebody wanted you taking a loss. Somebody's literally out here trying to put a stop to everything that you got going on. All because they're getting exposed for shit that they shouldn't have been doing in the first place. Like, try to wrap your head around that, collective. And had they minded their own business and stayed in their own lane, they wouldn't have been exposed for all their bullshit. And they're pissed off at the fact that you put up, you put up your guard and you stood up for yourself. And this so-called foundation that they had fell apart. All for coming for you. Just when they thought they had it all figured out. Three of Wands. Stay consistent. Continue moving forward. You're not missing out on a damn thing, collective. Thing is this is a divine orchestration. And you're about to have a new foundation. A new commitment. Need I say more? Ace of Wands and the Lovers. This is a manifestation. There's an Empress here that's in anxiety because you're having a manifestation coming in and they know it. Not only that is this is a commitment. Not only that is this is definitely something of a new established connection. And somebody's all in their anxiety thinking that you're going to choose no. It's mainly because you're in this hermit mode. You've been in isolation and solitude. Somebody's coming in quick to bring a 10 of Cups and to celebrate. Somebody's not getting the upper hand because there's some sort of passing, some sort of ending. And because of that, there's some sort of healing. There's a Hierophant here as well, in the reverse. Dark spiritualist. Somebody that's very non-committal. Somebody that's very unloyal. They're not committed to anything. And all they've got is stagnance and conflict. And that's going to be revealed to you. This is going to sting a little bit, collective. But it's given me, like, fuck around and find out kind of energy. People want to screw with you, they found out the hard way kind of energy. And now they've had some sort of an awakening. They have so many different offers to come in with. There's somebody here nurturing their truth, standing on truth, and their healing. Pouring back into themselves. Focusing on themselves. Somebody's not able to stalk anymore because of their lies. And because you walked away. They're not getting the right information as to where you are. And here's somebody, you know, you walked away and somebody wanted to reconcile with you. They didn't want to fight anymore. They wanted to reconcile. And this dumbass bitch, this Queen of Cups energy, everything is falling apart for her. Page of Wands and the Star in reverse. Somebody's very uninspired to heal. They don't give two shits about anybody but themselves. It's a very bitter individual. They don't care. They really don't. They would sooner bring destruction to people's lives than actually do anything. But somehow they're going to come in and reconcile. I don't have good news for that person, though. They're screwing around and finding out the hard way. Alright, let's get into a different energy, Spirit, please. Would be greatly appreciated. What's the overall energy situation? I'm going to do 3 different timelines, alright? So you pick 1, 2, or 3. Keep the number to yourself. What is going on with situation number 1? 10 of Cups. You're dealing with a lot of chaos, number 1. A lot of unhappy endings. A lot of debauchery, a lot of chaos, a lot of heartbreak. Not only within your relationship, specifically with your lovers, but with friendships and family. It's been an absolute chaotic nightmare. Number 2. Number 2. The Fool. Alright, number 2. So, you very well could be questioning a leap of faith in a new direction. It could be pretty strenuous. Trying to balance things out. I'm really picking up the fact that you're trying to make sense of things. You're trying to make sense of your experience, of your reality, of your purpose. You know, it's one thing to take a leap of faith, but it's to know what direction you want to go in. No sense taking a leap of faith in the wrong direction. It's kind of redundant, you know? Specifically if you're just going to have a lot more of the same old kind of energy, right? What about number 3? Judgment. So somebody's misjudging you, number 3. All right, number 1, what's the challenge? Four of Swords in the reverse. So your challenge is to alchemize the bitterness, alchemize the anxiety. What are you doing with all of this feelings? What are you doing with all of the emotions from all this chaos? You know, are you just letting it sit there and rot, or are you actually alchemizing it? Welcome in, Bradley. Welcome in, Renee. Welcome in, Steph. And Lilith. See, the thing is, and this is a huge takeaway to a lot of my videos, if we were to sum them all up in one, most of, if not 85% of humans, they take their trauma, they take their abuse, they take all the shit, and they sit it in the corner and they carry it with them, and it starts to ferment. What's that stuff? Fermented. I forget what it's called, but it's supposed to be a drink, and it's supposed to be really healthy for you. It's like, and it's fermented. It's a bunch of fermented slop. Yeah, kombucha, chambuca, whatever. I have not a fucking clue. Either way, I think it's pointless. It's like trying to. It's like trying to age stinky ass cheese. Like nobody wants to age stinky ass cheese. And I'm speaking like a figurative stinky ass cheese. Okay? You might as well take a shit and spread it all over your face. And wear it as makeup and walk around showing it off. Because that's exactly what it looks like when people walk around with the trauma on their face. Thinking that nobody sees it, thinking that they've got a mask on, thinking that they got shit figured out when it's written all over their face. And it shows up within their intentions and their actions and what they choose to do to people and how they treat people and how they disrespect them. Saying one thing and then doing another. That's fine. It can have all the gut health properties it wants. I'll stay with my coffee. My basic point here is if you sit there and you hoard all this trauma, you end up to be a hoarder. Have you ever watched hoarders on TLC, the way that they are? The way that they hold on to their traumas? And they sit there in the victimhood and they present their, you know, their hoarding and their traumas. And the thing is that there's some out there that will outright, like, be a minimalist. But being a minimalist, they might as well be a hoarder of their thoughts. Because there's some minimalists out there that are more fucked up than a hoarder. The minimalists that can't handle, their physical life, definitely are going through it within their mental and their psychological. And it runs deep. But to sit there and just to play like you've got it all together when you really don't. And a lot of the toxic people that I know of, they constantly run away from their issues. They choose not to see it. And then they turn around and they meet somebody like me, and they feel uncomfortable around me. Because I've done the inner work. And just the frequency alone, okay, is way different than an average bear or an average person. I'll make it more humane here. For the average person, it's a frequency. And healed people, as they heal and as they get stronger and as they get more confident, and their confidence isn't bred by ego, it's actually bred by the ability of purpose and intention and integrity rather than ego and a facade. It's built with authenticity. It's a totally different energy. And if you've ever experienced it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And a lot of this comes right back to healing. It comes back to spending time with your inner child, spending time with your inner adolescent, spending time with your inner teenager, and coming to some sort of compromise with every single level, every single year. If you go back through and you remember all your birthdays, you remember all your holidays, all your Christmases, all your Easters and your Halloweens, whether you celebrate it or not. You go back to remember those timestamps or those tombstones of time where they had life-changing experiences, those life markers that really shaped your perspective and perception, not only on yourself, but the world. And as you take a journey and you go back in time, it's not to go back and be as a victim and to reminisce on the pain and the suffering, but it's to go back and recognize that a lot of that was regarding deception. A lot of it was regarding abuse and deceit and people's manipulation. It's the most sinister thing in all of the planet to think that you have anxiety, to think that you have bipolar disorder, to think that you're multiple personality disorder, to think that you have anxiety or like a manic situation when you've literally been abused your whole life. You've been constantly gaslit into thinking that you're the fucking problem. Put on medication because of some sort of an imbalance your whole life, and then the moment you remove yourself from the experience and move into a different place in time, and you actually have time to actually decompress, you recognize that the bipolar, the anxiety, anxiety, like the angst, the depression, it starts to dissipate. Your nervous system actually has a chance to settle the fuck down and regulate. And you begin to recognize and realize that you weren't the problem to begin with. And it depends on the way that you walk away from these individuals, because certain individuals, if they are toxic as fuck, they're going to send you evil eye because they don't have access to you anymore. They're going to try to sabotage your life. They're going to try to rip you apart because they don't have access to you anymore. They don't have the information that they need to manipulate you, to puppeteer you. So they send you evil eye, they send you baneful magic, and they send you anxiety, they send you chaos. And because you're not aware of it, that it's actually coming at you, it smacks you in the side of your anxiety. It smacks you in the side of your depression. It smacks you in the side of the head and brings up the past traumas in order to get you in your emotions, in order to lower your vibration, in order to be manipulated yet again and puppeteered and siphoned off of. You want to know the one thing that helps you with that whole situation? To help you to protect yourself from that experience? People say that it's prayer. People say that it's believing in God. People say that it's repenting. People say that it's, you know, to some, they want you to submit. But it is a sort of a repentance. But to repent isn't to be in shame and to be in this energy of anxiety and guilt. Repent is to open the mind to bigger, broader perspectives. Don't think of it as such a within a box mentality. To be able to show compassion to yourself and your experience. To know that you're going to overcome and maybe overpower the trauma and the tribulation, the chaos. But to recognize that it was particular people, particular energy throwing it at you, you were being targeted on an energetic, on a spiritual level. And for some, it's done intentionally. And then some, it's done subliminally through spiritual possession. Where the people that are unhealed, they become possessed by darkness and demons. And they're used as puppets to bring havoc and chaos in other people's lives. And this is why it's very difficult for the chosen and for the earth angels and for the light workers to get away from this toxic energy. Because we are, as chosen and as light workers and as healers, we are naturally drawn to the sick. We are naturally drawn to the broken. We are naturally drawn to the traumatized. And the fact is that if you were to heal, these targets would have no ground to stand on. When you take the time out to heal and empower your inner child, you get your creation back. You get your ability to use your imagination back. You gain your understanding of safety back. When you heal your inner adolescent, it also brings the ability to be inspired and to be adventurous and to be creative as well, but on a more deeper understanding. It's also the time where you finally take accountability and you start being a particular human that not only takes accountability but takes responsibility for not only your own life but other people's lives. To the point where you start to heal the adult version of yourself and you start to create a sense of community and a playing field of support. And this overall has basically been foreshadowed throughout my life, throughout my experience. And the more time that I take to reflect and go within to my inner child, my inner adolescent, my inner teenager, my young adult, the more I empower each one of them, the more healed I get. The more healed I get, the more protection I get. The more clarity I get, the more strength I get. But the more I sit in the victim mentality, the more vulnerable I get, and the more attacked I get. This is not about flesh and blood. It's a spiritual war, collective. It's a spiritual war on your mind. And the more you open your mind to the possibilities around you, within you, the less helpless you will be. The less helpless you will feel. And ultimately, it will be the more powerful, the more possibilities. But it ultimately takes the time to go within. You know what, Sarah? They don't owe you an apology. You want to know why? Because they know what they did. And the fact that they wouldn't, they have the audacity to not allow any type of closure, the way they treated you is the closure. Give your head a shake. They know exactly what they did. They very well could have been gaslighting you and playing stupid, but they know exactly what they did. And the reason why they gaslight you and play stupid is so that way they can walk around without any accountability. The very fact that they knew exactly what they did, that is the closure. The only closure that you're going to get from this is how you rise above it. How you transmute that shit. They want you broke, busted, and disgusted, and you're going to what? Just sit there and rot? Are you going to ferment some cheese too? This is the whole thing. By not providing closure to particular situations, it basically recognizes that they don't want to have any type of accountability. Anybody that's not transparent enough to speak up and communicate like a not normal fucking human being, they don't deserve you. If they're withholding communication, it's one of two things. They're focusing on themselves and they don't want to people, or they're outright avoiding you. And if they're outright avoiding you, you might want to ask why. There's some people out there just wanting personal time to be able to just heal. And a lot of the time, you can't do the healing with people around. That's why solitude is so important. But the more you embrace this so-called isolation of what it looks like, and you embrace it as a solitude, you get to know your own energy. You get to have that idea, and to be able to have that ability to have that time with the divine, that divine energy that actually gives you life, to recognize it for what it is, to recognize what it's trying to speak on, to tell you, to teach you. But no, you distract yourself by stupid people, stupid activities, like going out to the bar and getting drunk, doing all these dumbass, stupid-ass drugs that wreck your body. And I'm not a hypocrite, okay? I'm not no hypocrite. I drank before. But I wasn't doing any stupid, crazy drugs. You know, maybe a little bit of drink here and there, but cigarettes and weed. That's it. I wasn't out here doing meth and crystal and all this other shit that they got going on. You know, and I'm not out here judging anybody. Everybody's got their vices. But I noticed that as I started to heal, the need to drink fell away. And as I started to heal a little bit more, the need to smoke fell away. As I healed a little bit more, the need to toke fell away. And it's ultimately showing me that these addictions were only there to help comfort, to help numb the pain. And a lot of people think that by, you know, quitting the addiction, for instance, quitting smoking, right? The quitting the smoking is essence of the um, the concoction, the tincture, the remedy. Okay, it's kind of like an antibiotic to an infection. You get rid of the infection, you don't need the antibiotic anymore. The antibiotic helps take care of the infection. So in this position, addiction is that what comforts the trauma. It makes it bearable. So what kind of trauma are you dealing with? What kind of hate, ache, pain? You know, what are you actually dealing with? When you sit with it and you alchemize it, and you eventually turn that pain to power, and you inspire yourself to rise above it, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, physically, and you can overpower it, and you can overcome it, that's when things change. That's when the addiction itself becomes obsolete. It's when you face the boogeyman. It's when you face your demons. It's when you face the monsters under your bed. It's how you become a true warrior. It's not about how well you can fight out in the world, but it's what you can face within yourself that makes you a true warrior. A true warrior does not need a sword. A true warrior does not need a weapon. A true warrior can get by just by the actions of their hands. Just as it is to be a magician and to study magic. A true magician doesn't need props. Okay, showman magic to witchcraft and manifestation across the board. You know, a true magician doesn't need a magic hat and a rabbit to make their tricks. They can do that just with a sleight of hand. A true magician as well. If you can cast a circle without all the candles and candles and stones and all the tools and stuff, and still have the same outcome, you're a true magician. It's one thing to have little crystal balls and crystals here, because certain, yeah, they do have a certain frequency. But true magic is built on intention. And most people nowadays, they are doing witchcraft and they have not even a clue. And I find it hilarious that they've got a whole bunch of these Christians out there speaking ill on witchcraft, and here they are out here judging people doing witchcraft. And the fact that they're out here judging on people when their own book tells them not to judge. And then they wonder why, walking around wondering why people hate them, and people dislike them, and people slam their door on them. And a lot of them, they have a hard time because they choose to mask all the pain and the suffering that they've, and the ridicule that they've had growing up. And they feel that by repenting and being in shame and anxiety and ridicule and sadness because of all of the pain that they've accepted, and they feel that it's a portion of their self-sacrifice that they just allow the abuse to happen. And they're programmed to just take that. And 9 times out of 10 they do it because Jesus was put on the cross. And Jesus sacrificed his life for you. So what's a little bit of abuse? What's a little bit of trauma? That's nothing compared to what Jesus went through. We will endure. You notice the psyops? The general programming? The propaganda? This whole idea to self-sacrifice? This whole idea to give everything until you're depleted? It's a wild world out there. Don't cast pearls before swine. So the reason why I'm speaking on this collective is to help you to try to integrate a perspective that there's more than just to carry the trauma and to allow it to create bitterness in your life. There's more to it, to alchemize, to empower, to raise your frequency, to raise your vibration, to raise your intention, your integrity, because you are worth it. If you are alive, if your eyes open in the morning, if you have a heartbeat, you are engineered, owned and operated by the divine. But we've been programmed and propagated so deeply that we've forgotten that we actually have a purpose here. And unless we recognize that within ourselves for our own particular journey, we will remain stuck. Finding out why we are here and the purpose and the remembering of that is part of the journey. There's no shortcuts, there's no fast tracking, there's no nothing. But it's something of an introspection, it's a reflection, going within to find that information. And nobody else can tell you. You can't read it in a book. You can't read it on a board, on an an advertisement board or whatever the case. You can't watch it on the TV. This requires inner reflection. It requires you to go inside of that brain and heart and soul and bring it all to the table and balance it out. Across the board. Earth angels, shamans, chosen, light workers, crystal children, the indigos, star seeds. All of us have this journey to go on. And all of us have the ability to heal if we'd only take the time to nurture ourselves. There's a lot of people out here that are distracted and all they do is sit in their phones all day. And I'm calling myself out, yeah. And there is definitely needed a time of rest and recuperation. There's definitely a time and need for sleep, for food, for solitude, as well as community. Notice how I said solitude and not isolation. The recognizing of that solitude and to be at peace with the self. Being able to recognize the self in comparison to higher self and to the divine. To recognize the different veils of existence within the angelic realm, the ancestral realm, and otherwise. To recognize that there are guides, guards, and protectors at different frequencies, at different planes of existence. all walking with every single one of us. The only way that you find all this information is when you go within yourself. You can have the potential to build a inner temple within yourself, an inner kingdom within you. Because within that kingdom resides your heaven and hell. It resides your light and your darkness. It's where your shadow meets in the middle. And integrating your shadow into your life just as much as your light. Recognizing your darkness for what it is, right? And recognizing your light for what it is. And allowing them to dance and embrace each other. Allowing your masculine as well as your feminine aspect of who you are within your nurturing aspect and within your evidence of protection and standing true in your authenticity. Being also available to protect as well as nurture and be compassionate and love. But when you are faced with trauma and abuse and ridicule and judgment, as if you are wrong, it creates uncertainty. It creates question. It creates an imbalance within your brain, within your heart, within your purpose, which perpetuates the trauma, which perpetuates the abuse, which perpetuates the anxiety, which perpetuates the depression. It is not an imbalance within your brain, it is an imbalance within your environment. And the moment you recognize that you do not need medication for this, you need a wrought iron frying pan to beat the living shit out of the people dysregulating you, that are triggering you. And I'm totally kidding. But these people need to give their head a shake as to the manipulation that they think that they're getting away with by triggering. When you've outright communicated what you need, and they're not willing to compromise, no ifs, ands, or buts. They choose to twist your words. They choose to create a situation where they pretty well defaming you and disrespecting you when they particularly initiated certain things to start with. Yet all of a sudden, because you've chosen to heal and empower yourself and rise above it, all of a sudden you're no longer allowing the manipulation to happen. All of a sudden you have boundaries. All of a sudden you have self-worth. All of a sudden you are empowering yourself to rise above and become someone more authentic, someone that's not so traumatized, someone that's not so easy to manipulate. And all of a sudden you have no worth to these manipulators. So they switch up their whole plan and their whole offer because you're unable to be manipulated, all because you're choosing to heal and empower. And all of a sudden you become useless to these imbeciles, these manipulators, these vampires. And this is why they discard you. Because you get wise to their dumbass game. And their disloyalty. And this is why they discard you. Because they would sooner discard you and make you feel worthless because you're healing. Which puts you in this perpetual cycle of empowering yourself, diminishing, and discard. Empower yourself, diminishing, and discard. It's a vicious circle. 1 minute you're good, 1 minute you're happy, 1 minute you're figuring shit out, and then the next minute they're disempowering you to rip you apart, to make you question your healing. Instead of recognizing, hey, that person's healing. That person's looking confident again. That person's got something going on where they're actually empowered to continue to move forward. That's inspiring. Let's lift them up. Let's help them win. Let's help them rise. Let's recognize the ability to show up for yourself. But no, these manipulators are jealous. They're envious at the fact that they're too much of a fucking coward to do the work themselves, to rise above it, and to be a better version of themselves. Nope, they would sooner just sit there and be in their sadness, their bitterness, and let it eat them alive. And it's one thing to be there in your sadness and to be looking through and to be in emotion to heal it, but to allow it to eat and to project all that shit onto other people and to ruin their lives and be bitter about it, that's where it's wrong. But if you're sitting with it yourself in order to work through it and break through and empower yourself to rise above it, that's a different story. I'll tell you right now, the reason why I'm speaking on this is that we are all being faced, due to the planetary alignments, okay, and the changing of the guard, of the energetic frequency, moving out of Pisces into Aquarius. We are being brought through the threshold at this time. We are being brought through the threshold. We are being brought through the place and time where we are having no other choice but to look at our past and to either rise like a sprouted seed out of the darkness and grow into our truest, most authentic version of ourselves, or to be tilled through into more darkness and to be fermented into the compost. It's ultimately us and our choices that will make us or break us. And where we think that it's just a joke, where we think it's just, no, we only got one life. It's nothing serious. It's a lot more serious than what we recognize. Because we're faced at this time with a great remembering of why we were here to begin with. Why our souls were brought into this time and place. To recognize and to take witness of this evolutional change. Not only within our own experience and cosmos of our bodies and energies and the frequency, but within our reality, within the physical, within the mental, within the psychological, within the spiritual. and the integration of the 5 elements of creation to bring us back to the same time of the time of in Atlantis. This is again where history repeats itself. But back in the time of Atlantis, we had a situation happen where darkness prevailed over our gifts. It was taken to a very dark place, which brought about the destruction and the demise of our planet. And over 3.5, 4 millenniums of time, space, and experience to learn, to grow, to evolve to who we are now. To be integrated at the same time and interval in the time of spirit. The earth has already been through its physical form. It's been cleansed by earthquakes to create and separate the overall energetics of the ground, to create landmass. The air to create oxygen and to create migration, not only of seeds, but the recognition of species, to recognize hibernation as well. And due to the ebb and flow of our experience, there needs to be a transformation element, a renewal, a very fiery renewal, which brought us to fire. It brought us intention, it brought us transformation, it brought us purification, it brought us heat, it brought us light. It brought us protection as well. And the one that we most know is water after the fire. It brought us into our emotions through the time of Pisces. It was integrated throughout Pisces for this time and place. The time of emotions, the time of the great flood. And to all come back to the same integration. When the time of Atlantis was here, all elements were given to us at once. All elements, all abilities, all gifts, all blessings. We were given the ability and the opportunity to become our best version of ourselves. Being able to manifest before our eyes, to heal with our hands. We did not have a want or a need. It was there within our grasp. If we could see it within our minds, we could have it within our hands. But because of greed and because of control and power and darkness overtaking it, it created the false light. Which created the false duality. It's one thing to have dark and light, but to be of light and be dark and vice versa, to be darkness and to be of the light, and to be integrated both and at balance. It's one thing to be in balance of your darkness and your light. But it all determines your intention. It's one thing to be out here utilizing your darkness for protection rather than creating chaos. As an example. We ultimately have the choice. And this is what I've been speaking on for almost 3 years. Having the ability to integrate, having the ability to rise above the past, having the ability to heal, having the ability to step into your authenticity of who you are, to create a community, a purpose, and but I find there's quite a few people out here not knowing what to do or how to go there and how to get there. And I found myself even at a precipice of stagnance. I found myself even at a place of uncertainty. And I keep coming back to the same old thing that some people are midway through their healing and they feel lost. It's because they have to keep going. Healing is not linear. There's not a particular map. There's not a particular direction on which this healing happens. But the emphasis on healing is substantially important. And just when we feel that we are good to go, we are healed, we are empowered, we're ready to rock, we find that there's more that just floats to the top. So it's ultimately an ongoing experience. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a full-time job. You can take a little bit of time every day to go about that, to hold compassion for yourself and to rise above different little situations that you're still holding on to. But the important part is to get the bigger and more broader understanding as to why you're holding on to it in the first place. Because ultimately, collective, instead of it being a trauma and a tribulation, it can very well be a lesson and a blessing. It's depending on how you transmute it and integrate it. And that in itself should be an inspiration to the possibility of healing your inner traumas and tribulations. Because as you overcome your inner world, you will overcome your outer world. As you make more sense of the inner one, the outer one will start to make more sense. And this brings us back to the fact that if we're sitting here lost and not knowing what to do, where to go, how to get there, it's requiring us to go within to find that answer. Because as long as we continue to move forward with this outer directional facade the more we will not be happy. And as much as we want to run away and we want to be in a different experience and a different environment, if you do not have it done and dealt with within yourself, the outer shell, the outer experience won't matter. So it's not like you can run. I've tried. You cannot run, you cannot hide. You have to face it for what it is each moment. There's something there to be shown to you. There's ultimately a purpose for those people that are called into your life. They're either there to help support and they're there to help guide, or they're there to help teach you something. There's certain people out there that choose to stay in their karmic energy and they manipulate people, thinking that they're actually siphoning off of people and stealing of their light. When these particular individuals walk away, thinking that they're discarding you, let's say it's a karmic and they meet up with an earth angel or a chosen, thinking that they're going to manipulate this earth angel or chosen. And so they manipulate and they triangulate and they pull the wool over their eyes. As soon as this light worker walks away, usually worthless or, depleted by that time, if they even get a chance to walk away, specifically when they're being penalized and targeted, everything that was depleted from that person, and I would go as far as to say that they are divine, anything done to this divine being to siphon off of, every single thing is seen. And these manipulators think that they're going ahead and getting away with it. And I can guarantee you they don't. But the divine allows certain things to happen to see how far they'll go. And the fact that they choose to utilize you in these particular ways, it kind of brings you to a particular situation where they think that they end up healing. These karmics actually think that they're healing by manipulating you and siphoning you. They actually think that they're healing. And little do they know they're being tested by the divine. Because a lot of chosen, a lot of earth angels, a lot of shamans, a lot of star seeds, a lot of light workers, They're placed in as bait to see the true intention of certain people. And I know that I've been placed in as bait quite a bit to see what certain people would do. And to, like, past previous people, some of my family, some of my older so-called friends that thought that they could manipulate and pull the wool over my eyes, not recognizing who I was, what I was there for, and instead of taking advantage of the wisdom and the ability to have that insight and that healing ability available to them, they would sooner manipulate and siphon and create havoc and chaos and be jealous and envious rather than be in some sort of an honor and respect. And not only does the divine watch them absolutely sabotage what the one thing that they prayed for, but they have to watch these karmics rack up all this extra debt, karmic debt, just for the simple fact that they fucked up. And not only did they fuck up by manipulating and abusing a divine individual, but the divine gets to watch them rack up their karmic debt in order to be served later when this divine person walks away. All the while, the darkness parades around as if, you know, the more you siphon off of particular divine ones, the more benefits you get, when it's all an illusion. It's all an illusion to steal their soul, to steal their authenticity, to steal their life essence, promising a false light. But because they're so bitter and disgusting inside themselves, and they would sooner manipulate someone than help them rise. And some of them act nice in your face. Some of them smile at you, tell you all these nice things, and then as soon as you got your back turned, they're talking shit behind your back, thinking that you don't know. Thinking that they can get away with it. Thinking that you're not clocking it. I've had quite a few roommates in the past, long time ago, thought that they were clocking me. A couple lovers the same. Little did they know. They found out the hard way. And this is why I stay in my authenticity. This is why I try to stay in a good integrity. I stay transparent, I stay honest. Because when you do that, you stay balanced. But when you choose to be manipulative and to lie and to deceive other people and to not speak the truth, it shows on your face. It shows in your intentions. It shows in your integrity. It shows in your principles. such as my one particular roommate from uh, a little while ago. They're stopping in the shopping aisle, blocking up the aisle, and because she's the racist cunt, somebody was coming down the aisle and she wouldn't let them pass, figuring because she was more superior than this other lady that she could just sit there and wait for her to be done shopping. And when I figured this out, that my one of my previous roommates were like that, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty well taking the cake to everything of their entitlement, of what their true intention is. I was absolutely disgusted. A lot of the way that, you know, people treat others and what people say about others and people talking about gossip. It's one thing that someone is speaking on particular experiences, but when they outright slander somebody is a different story. If they've got nothing good to say about anybody or anyone, it might be a warning sign. They can't see the trees for the forest, or for the forest for the trees, however you want to look at it. It's usually a red flag. Now, it's one thing if you're dealing with toxic individuals, but an honest, authentic person, they'll own up to what they did wrong. For instance, one thing that I'm taking accountability for is settling and allowing people to manipulate me when I shouldn't have, when I should have stood up for myself as soon as I seen it and created boundaries to keep me safe. But I choose to settle and I choose to give the benefit out of the doubt, which got me bowled over and manipulated, trying to people please, trying to make everybody else comfortable, totally forgetting about what I wanted, what I needed. To the point where you lose yourself and you don't have anything left. You're depleted, confused, no direction. It's what manipulators do. And this is why the world needs to heal. Because there's a whole heap of manipulators out there. They need to just put their fucking swords down. And this is the whole thing. The main reason why I'm speaking on all of this and the different sides of the coin here between the light and the dark and all of this is because we are at that threshold where we are being sat the fuck down as a collective. We are being sat down whether we like it or not. To sit with our pain, to sit with our tribulations and our traumas. And I spoke on this for the last 2.5 years as to how to alchemize, a little bit at a time. Or go right down at the root and cut it out at the root. If you can recognize it right from the root, and cut it out right at the root, and be courageous enough to find your demon and fight it and face it head on, knowing that you've already overcome it, and face it one last time, to speak on the fact that it's no longer going to take over and to control your life. It's kind of like Falcor and Sebastian at the end of the movie, where they go and they face his bully once and for all. Now, you don't necessarily have to do that in a physical, but you can do it in a mental, you can do it in a spiritual. Psychological. Yeah, they put themselves first every time and get mad when you don't put them first. Exactly, Sarah. You take a little bit of time for yourself and all of a sudden you're selfish. I get it. Yeah, I totally get it. Or you speak to them, and you continue to speak to them over and over and over again, and they don't get it. Like the thought literally whistles through one ear and out the other, and they don't take it into consideration. They don't take it into thought. So we are brought to a threshold in such a time as this, that we are brought to a threshold of alchemization. We either have the choice to alchemize it, or it will be eradicated. To take that leap of faith, or face judgment. A lot of us are dealing with the chaos head on and having no other choice but to find out how to alchemize it. But taking that leap of faith is one thing, but for people to misjudge or to be misjudged because that they take that leap of faith, and then they're out here self-sabotaging as well. What's the scoop? Yeah, the taking of the leap of faith and wanting to invest in something but choosing not to invest because they don't think they're getting anything out of it. Or taking that leap of faith and spinning their wheels and not getting anything that they put into it. Or being devalued. because they do have something to offer. They bring something to the table. It's basically taken advantage of, but it's taken for granted. And then because maybe they're depleted, that they have nothing left, all of a sudden they're misjudged. We've got depleted out here, people trying to take a leap of faith and not being able to because they've been depleted. And instead of reconciliation and a balancing of the situation, they choose to misjudge them and lie and see them from a position that they're not. And this is like a manipulator situation here. Somebody was already in chaos. The challenge is how they alchemize their pain, their suffering. They see somebody taking a leap of faith, so they deplete them because they're taking a leap of faith. It's a lot about independence regarding this situation. And inner commitment. Creating a foundation. But when we live in a world such as this, it's very difficult to have any type of foundation. This is why I feel that community is needed at this time. We're living in a world of tyrants. Two of Cups. The Death card. The King of Swords. Ace of Swords. There's definitely something going on here. Somebody wants to reconcile. There's definitely something from the past. I'm done with this energy. There's definitely a triangulation of some sort. There's definitely third-party energy in the air. There's definitely people that are out here trying to swindle and try to find a strategic way about doing things. Spirit's saying something about them not getting the upper hand. things should be brought to a compromise. Things should be brought to an equilibrium, an equal reciprocity. However, these manipulators need to learn some sort of experience to those lessons. And the thing is a lot of chosen ones and a lot of earth angels, they've been looked at as manipulators because they're pretty well depleted. Meanwhile, they're the ones that are bringing the light. And they've got a whole bunch of manipulators trying to siphon from them and pretty well leave them destitute. Leave them depleted. Leave them to the point where they have nothing left. And they get passed around like a big, huge traffic. And I really have a feeling that there's going to be something regarding that trafficking ring across the world, that it's siphoning these divine ones. It's going to come out within that essence to siphon their energy. So it's not just a sexual situation, it's a spiritual situation. And you'll notice that there's quite a bit of people within the upper echelon of individuals that have gone rather thin. I'm not going to mention too much, but they've gone rather thin. It's because they've lost their supply. And most people don't understand what's going on. They think people are just sick, coming down with something. If you're new here, check out the description box. Little bee seems to be all right. It's a little bit more than that, Lilith. It's a little bit deeper than that. But it's definitely part of it. But we have different people at different intervals of this healing frequency. In order to bring in this new earth, we need at least 65 to 80% on board. It's better and more ideal that we're all on board. And this is why we are going through this transition. This particular dark night of the soul that we are going through right now, and because of the planetary alignments, it is inevitable. It's either going to make us or break us. So the people that it chooses to break, depending on their situation, they will be dealt with accordingly. The ones that choose to rise above it and to allow it to grow and empower them will be the ones that are going to rise above and be a part of it. To some degree, it's the strength of the fittest. And to some degree, this is why the elite are trying to put it into a perspective of getting rid of the sheep. Because they were trying to simulate cutting the wheat from the chaff. But they were trying to orchestrate it and manipulate it by overcoming that whole situation. But not recognizing that they will be last. Because the ones that feel that they have it all figured out really don't. And the ones that don't have it figured out, or being put out to feel that they don't have it figured out, actually do. It's a duality and it's a flip. So there's a lot of tables going to be flipped very soon, if not already. You're actually seeing that transition happening. The black sheep are rising. The black sheeps of the family. After so many years of being ridiculed and judged and put down for their sensitivities and for their ideas, they are being activated. The ones that actually have a heart, the ones that actually are open to the possibilities of healing, you're all being activated. And over this weekend, over the last, since I think it's Wednesday through Friday, to Saturday was a very emotional time. So if you were emotional throughout that time, I'll tell you right now that yes, you're going through an awakening, you're going through that threshold of transition. This is where we find out the true essence of who we are. This is where we find out our true mission. This is where we find our purpose. This is how we step into the authenticity of our soul. This is where we connect to our higher soul. And if you've done the chakra meditation, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you have yet to do the chakra meditation, it's probably a good thing to start. Because this will ultimately get you into an alignment with your body's energy and your body's ability to integrate that energy. And this could be as easy as spending 10 to 15 minutes in the morning and before bed. In the morning when you rise and just before bed when you sleep. To integrate that into your day with about a half hour out of your day to focus on healing your trauma and showing yourself compassion and to being in the essence of you, your spirit, your soul, your heart, and recognizing the divine essence that's within that. This will bring you into a whole new integration into purpose. but it takes you to make that decision. I cannot make that decision for you. I cannot walk you through it. It is your own ultimate journey for yourself. It's not something that you can watch on TV. It's ultimately catered to you and your inner understanding. People can teach you how to get there by showing you their map, but it's not your map. There's going to be people that want to direct you over to this trough to drink. Meanwhile, you're meant to go to the lake. You're meant to go and find a spring. Although, yes, you're still able to drink, but are you drinking the right frequency? No, because you're not guided by yourself. And this is why I'm speaking on this, that this is ultimately your journey. It's not a journey I can help you on. I can guide you in the essence of what it might look like, but it is ultimately going to look different for every single person. Because every person has a different purpose. Every person has a different direction to move in. And this is where the integration is a little bit chaotic, because we're all going in a different direction. But as a community, we are doing it together. So as much as we may feel alone and so-called isolated, we are actually in solitude, integrating our own energy into the grid, raising our frequency and overall energy into the overall consciousness. Once we all get this integrated, things are going to be different. The frequency is going to be way higher than what it is right now. And that's going to allow our gifts to integrate into and to activate. And you want to talk about just being psychic. It's talking about telekinesis. It's talking about talking without talking. It's still getting your point across. It's about literally anything that you think about is manifested before your eyes. It's about praying 1 minute that you need money for gas and for food, and the next minute, here, somebody's giving you money for gas and for food. It's to the integration that, something is broken, and before you know it, somebody's coming in to fix it, and you haven't even called anyone. To the point where everybody works together as a group, as a community, and nobody goes hungry. Nobody has to be faced with any particular injustice anymore, because it's all taken care of. The integration of balance and justice, so that way there is no need to be out here stealing and killing people. There's no need out here for ripping people apart and destroying their absolute life, because you are ultimately healed within yourself and you are fulfilled, focusing on your own purpose, focusing on your own integration, karmics. Isn't that what we're here for? Trying to figure it all out, figuring out why we're here. What's the whole point of this? That's the point. To raise your frequency, step into your authenticity, and live out your best life. Being the best version of yourself. Being of support of your communities. And integrating into a collective reciprocity for humanity's sake. And not only making your own dream come true, but making other people's dream come true too, and feeling good about it. Go ahead, Lilith. How does one come across someone who's known you from a different timeline and a current one? It all comes down to frequency. It all comes down to the 5 degrees of separation and the fact that we are interconnected not only through intentions but frequency. Like attracts like, and opposites also attract, but only when the opposites can be integrated in reciprocity does the opposites work. Everyone is ultimately part of the choice, of part of the consciousness, is what I meant to say. The thing is that most of us are sitting in the chaos and trauma rather than the integration of authenticity. We are ultimately all individual representations of the divine living simultaneously, living out our own experience. It's however we choose with choice to integrate that into our experience. Some people are more open to the ability of recognizing themselves than other people. And some people are not even paying attention to that. They're paying attention to their next meal or the next game on TV. And then you have those spiritual toxic people that try to mirror you, to integrate into your experience, to manipulate. You'll notice how they are, whether or not they rip you down or build you up. Like the spiritual narcissist, they'll usually tear you apart, pick you apart, and just leave you sitting there. It's one thing to give ideas, but it's another to build up confidence and to recognize who they are and to elevate them. Like, I could pick them apart just as much as a ruthless, but I'm doing my best to lift you up, to allow you to be aware of the situations that are going on. I've literally had to dance in the darkness my whole life due to the people that I've had to surround myself with, and really had no other choice but to surround myself with. But the knowledge and wisdom that I've integrated and I've learned from has created a bit of a warrior to combat those demons. And what was meant to end me and rip me apart allowed me to integrate wisdom to rise above it, to recognize the divinity I had within me and to integrate that, allowing my gifts to be activated and integrated. And just as I tell you of my own experience, everybody else's experience will be different. And this is why it's very difficult to experience, okay, yeah, here's my map. Go take my map and see where it gets you. My map is pointless to you because it requires an inner working. It requires an inner reflection to find your own. We all have our own map. We have our own Akashic. We have our own purposes. We have our own gifts. We have our own blessings. We have our own lessons. And this is why I never really thought about the validity of these destiny swappers, because they're out here thinking that they're going to destiny swap when it's not even theirs. They have their own. But if they want to be a hopeless shell of a being and choose to manipulate people out of their own, it's not going to work in their favor. And this is why I really don't believe in this whole destiny swapping bullshit. Because ultimately, whoever's trying to swap out your destiny, they're being deceived. And they're going to end. They're going to come to their demise. Because they need to stay in their own lane and focus on their own. Otherwise, they jeopardize their soul. They jeopardize their soul. They jeopardize their spirit. They jeopardize their purpose. They, they jeopardize their contract for even being here and having life in itself enter their experience in their body. They're jeopardizing that contract in itself by going against somebody else's destiny. And what has happened is they're deceived by the false light. They're deceived by the darkness. Being shrouded, manipulated, puppeteered. And this is why it's so important to integrate into the light, the true light. The true light that is within you. You need to recognize that true light and not the false light. The false light provides you absolutely everything without accountability. The true light brings you to recognize your true integrity, your true essence of divinity. The inability to take accountability and responsibility for your own actions, for what you've done to destroy people, and the ignorance is the false light. It's one thing to tell somebody where to go and to be honest and to be truthful, but it's another thing to tear them apart and to lie and to defame and to destroy. There's intention with this. If you choose a positive intention to lift and to evolve and to rise above the trials and tribulations, then great. But if it's more along the lines that, you know, you're trying out to destroy someone and sabotage their life and their experience, holding them back, that's a totally different story. And you are to use discernment as to which wolf do you feed? Destiny swapping is when people choose to try to steal other people's destiny. They see somebody else's looks, likes, endeavors, life path, purpose, and they ultimately try to imprint their own essence onto you and steal yours. It's like somebody being envious of somebody's success and trying to siphon off of them and destroy them. And by them destroying somebody else's, they somehow feel that they're going to get the essence of that and use it for themselves and siphon off and utilize it for themselves instead. It's a very selfish, false light endeavor. Yeah, and sometimes it's just like J-Lo said, it's not necessarily what you have, it's what you can do. So they want the ability to have what you do. But the thing is everybody has their own. Everybody has their ability to do exactly what I do. Everybody has their ability to tap into their own spiritual connection with the Most High, with the Divine, with angels, with their guides, with their guards, their ancestors. But some people are too petrified and too scared at looking into it. And you know what? To some degree, yeah, it is a little scary. It is a little spooky. But it's real. It's not fake. Certain people are called step into their element. Because they have a divine purpose here. Because you step into the divinity of it all, you walk around with a certain frequency. You walk around with a certain energy. You walk around with a certain confidence. And this overall confidence is somewhat intimidating to others. Brings them to a place where they just want nothing to do with it. And then there's others that just want to take it for themselves. Meanwhile, they don't understand the work that it takes to get there. The inner work, the empowerment, the rising above, the alchemy, the overall transmutation, the transformation. A lot of my senses, a lot of my gifts come from traumatic experiences. And if it wasn't for these traumatic experiences, I very might not have been tapped in as much as I have. Because as much as I'm good at tapping into energy, I can also read a room. And it's rather funny when I have some people thinking that they're playing in my face, smiling in my face, thinking that they're manipulating me, and that I don't know a damn thing of what they're doing. They're thinking they're getting away with it, but I stay silent. And they don't know whether or not I know, or if I don't. And they end up outing themselves. Why? Because they're sitting there deceiving when I'm totally loyal, transparent, honest. Why? Because I'd sooner stay that way in that energy than be manipulative, than be sneaky and lie. I would sooner stay in my authenticity because I know that the divine will bless me for it. By staying in my authenticity, by staying loyal, by staying honest, by staying transparent, I'm good. I got nothing to worry about. If I'm being called to do something, if I'm being called for something, I'm being called and I'm obedient. But it's because we're tapped in. Because we've trusted the experience. But you can't trust the experience you have if you haven't experienced it. And when you do this inner work, you will be validated. And that's not as creepy as actually connecting to spirit. Because as soon as you step into your mediumship, it opens the floodgates to other spirits, and then they all show up. Because everybody and their brother wants to get some sort of contact with their families, and with this and that, with this person and that person. But nobody wants to contact them. Nobody wants to be that bridge between. And I find that there's a lot of mediums out there that say the same thing, that when they open themselves to the mediumship, then they have all these different spirits coming for them. Can you speak on this? Can you speak on that? Can you let them know? Can you do da? It's like, what the hell? And when you're in a spiritual, and you're in as a medium, you're never alone. You got a whole bunch of spirits to hang out with. And this is why spiritual people love their solitude. Because their integration of their isolation becomes their solitude as they wake up and as they integrate their gifts. because they want to be open, they want to be connected. So they go ahead and they open themselves up and they connect. But now all of a sudden they've got spirit coming to them. Yo, wah, 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 bitching in their ear. So when you take the time out to heal, yes, you know what? You're opening up yourself to spirit. But this whole integration with this and having that balance, it brings about that new balance and new communication. It brings about the fact that you're not alone after all. It brings about the fact that you can feel safe and empowered and protected, knowing that you're integrated, knowing that you can trust the divine. But it takes you having that step and moving into that integration rather than being in isolation and feeling alone and disempowered. Joe, wake up in such a way that it makes the devil tremble in the morning. When you wake up to face your darkness, it's a game changer. And it is also the duality of their gifts. With these gifts, there was a lesson. With these gifts, there was an absolute sacrifice. It's a sacrifice of self in order to activate them. The life of sacrifice that we've had, the blood, sweat, and tears that we've experienced, becomes our blessing. But it's up to us to integrate it. Like, there was a huge price to pay for the trauma that I endured throughout my life. From the abuse, to the molestation, to the constant betrayal, and the shattering of my heart, and, you know, the abandonment of the family, um, to the abandonment of myself. It all played a big part in that trauma, every single bit of it. But it also played a big part in the rising of my authenticity, of my loyalty, of my strength, of my tenacity, my perseverance, the ability to alchemize it, to recognize that despite all the shit that was happening, I still had the ability to step into something beautiful. But I didn't have to worry whether or not I was alone or together with somebody. I felt complete. It took a while to get there, but I feel that since I've integrated my inner child, my inner adolescent, my inner teenager, my young adult aspect of myself, And I've pretty well sat down at the table with every single one of them. And I've integrated out a compromise. It's not on you. It's not what they can steal from you. It's what's in you. Your understanding, your perception, your perspective. If you're looking at your life like you're a pretzel, you're going to be tied up. But if you're looking at yourself like a bloomin' onion, it's a totally different idea. Totally different game changer. But a lot of this is your own choice. To whether or not you pay attention is the big thing. If you're not willing to pay attention and see the synchronicities, you're doing it wrong. If you want to look at it the wrong way and look at it and just sweep it under the rug, you're doing it wrong. If you're too petrified to check it out and develop it, maybe there's something about your inner child that you're blocking out. Something to do with your creativity, with your imagination. Maybe it's to the point where you've grown up so much that you don't believe in your imagination, and that's what's the one thing holding you back. Because as we grow up, we're told a lot of the times that our imagination is just a childhood thing and that we need to put that away. And it's one of the biggest mistakes that we'll ever do to our life and our experience. There's a time to see things in the reality aspect, and then there's another time to dream. There's another time to wonder. There's another time to imagine. And all of it matters. All of it is very, very crucial to our experience. It also allows us to tap into the creativity and the possibility of connecting into our abilities and our talents and our gifts. And without the integration of the inner child, the inner adolescent, the inner teenager, younger adult, we cannot get the fullest scope of that integration, of that understanding. If one or the other or portion of that is not integrated, and if it's hiding somewhere in a closet because it's abused and broken and whatnot, and it's sitting there, meanwhile everybody else is out of there and having a party, it's kind of like going to a party and everybody's there, but you feel out of it. You don't even feel part of the party. So you go find another room and you go find another little nook with a corner seat and hang out in the corner by yourself. Meanwhile, everybody is out there having fun and da 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 da, and you're just sitting there. Have the courage to integrate that what is meant for you, that is what is gifted to you. Otherwise, everything that you've sacrificed is null and void. It's in vain. And it creates a, a, void. And this is about recognizing your truest potential. And this is also another reason why people try to siphon and destiny swap, so to speak, quotation on quotation. Because certain people are too petrified to use their gifts. So there's other people that think that they can just come out here and steal their gifts altogether. Not recognizing that they have their own. And just for the fact that they're trying to steal other people's destinies shows a lot about their ill integrity. And the divine is the orchestration of those gifts. You're not going to go at the divine and pull the wool over the eyes of the divine. Because the divine will end you in a nanosecond. And this is what I get. This is what I don't get as far as the audacity of these karmics thinking that they're going to go ahead and destiny swap someone when they have no business orchestrating any type of chaos in somebody's life and thinking that they're going to get away with it. Specifically because the divine is what orchestrates that, nothing else. It's not God, it's not the angels, it's not the devil. None of them have jurisdiction over your destiny. The divine and the divine alone. The divine light of the consciousness of the central sun, of consciousness and life itself. It is the most powerful and divine energy of all of existence. And below that we have the light and the dark, the integration of the darkness and the light. And the neutrality of that, the duality of that, creates or makes chaos or intention what it is. It's mainly because you've been waiting at the door for somebody to show up and tell you that it's okay. And that person didn't show up for you, Joe. You were abandoned and left to your own devices and having to make sense of it for yourself. And because of that abandonment, you never stood up in courage. You stood up because of necessity. You stood up because you had to. It wasn't because of inspiration. It was because of necessity of survival. And because of that, I feel that you've had to walk on eggshells this whole time, being too petrified to make an actual stance and stand in your power and reclaim what is yours. And to some, it's very difficult to do, specifically when you have so many dark and dungy demons. So as we move through this threshold into the new earth, from this dark night of the soul into the light, take this time to embrace and to evolve and to integrate this healing and this empowerment, this enlightenment into your experience. So that way we can become a humanity, a community of humanity across the planet. And the reason why I'm coming out here and speaking on this is because this so-called new system is not going to work. It's going to fall apart epically. It already is. Are you kidding me? We can't even have an email without it getting bastardized by spam. We can't even get just a regular fucking crypto wallet without it being scammed. We can't have a government fucking website that we can actually sign into that isn't going to take our private information and leak it everywhere. And the fact that they can't even get their shit together to start with, and they're more at the fact of controlling us rather than helping us and supporting us. They would sooner support everybody else than their own people. This is why we got people running all over the planet. Because their home fucking towns and their homeland doesn't want to support their home people. They'll support refugees, but they won't support their own. Which is disgusting. It's despicable. The fact that most money goes across the seas when the IMF, the central bank, can donate money to these places to rebuild them and to make them better. No, we're expected to have other countries invest into these other countries when the central bank can do it on their own. They have their own currency that they're tied in with. Meanwhile, we're supposed to somehow support them when they can be supported by themselves. But no, we have a bunch of imbeciles, dark entities in the control of this, thinking that they're making sense, thinking that they're doing good for the planet. Meanwhile, starving and homelessness and having actually a job that's actually going to be beneficial, that isn't going to be sabotaged, that isn't going to be ripped apart and laid off and destroyed. There's well over 200,000 to 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people right now homeless across nations. It's despicable. There's no excuse for it. There's absolutely no excuse. There is no food shortage either. There's no housing shortage. It's just a bunch of stingy people not opening up to their idea to community. There's people out here buying houses and they're sitting there empty. It's disgusting. There's people out here with 5 and 6 different houses, and 4 of them are empty. They're only living in one, and they're bebopping back and forth to the others. Because they're fucking ignorant. And now I'm not talking about the ones that are actually doing the real estate and actually, having people live in them and stuff like that. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking the ones that actually have 5 and 6 fucking houses and have them empty on purpose, that are not willing to open them up to possible tenants that are, willing to support the situation that they're in. And granted, yeah, you know what? We all deserve our own little place and our own little privacy and all that, which is fine. But you don't need 5 to choose from. You don't need 7 to choose from. That's my point. And then these people that are hoarding all this money, meanwhile, there's people out here starving, barely $1 to their name. Oh, don't help them. They're just useless eaters. What usually happens to people that have been deceived and discredited and diminished and discarded, yeah, they feel pretty useful, right? No, they feel and they looking pretty useless. When they're made out to be useless, when they're programmed to be useless, when you do not recognize their divine light within them, and you do not build them up, yes, you better believe they're going to feel useless. So it's about intention, collective. It comes back to that. What do you intend to do with this newfound power once you have it? This newfound gift once you have it? What do you intend to do with it? Because with all great blessings come great responsibilities. Yeah. There's no reason for homeless and poverty. When we have the technology, when we have the ability, you know, the idea to be of service, there's no shortage of jobs. But there's no shortage of red tape and restrictions and regulations trying to rip apart people's ideas and rip apart people's ideals and possibilities. I know there's a way of doing it, there's safeguards, all that kind of thing, right? But if you're being called to do particular jobs, you have that within you already. You have the integrity to hold that. But we got most of these imbeciles out here thinking that they're being called to a particular job when no, they just want to have the money. They're in it for the money. Like these teachers that hate kids, that hate people. What the actual hell are you doing in this classroom? We got selfish pieces of shit out here playing out as like doctors. Meanwhile, they hate people. What the actual fuck are you even doing there? You know, we got people in certain professions that should not be in those professions. For the life of me, it boggles my mind why they even bothered. It really doesn't boggle my mind. They did it for the money. They didn't do it for the cause. They didn't do it because they were called. And this is one of our biggest issues in the world right now. There's a lot of people out here doing jobs that they were not called to do. They are out here doing things that they were never called to do, that they should have no access to. They should be focusing on staying in their own lane. Stay to their own intention. It's ultimately about control. But most people that want ultimate control, they can't even control themselves. And this is why they seek out control. Like, I'm out here asking to be your North American emperor. It's one thing to be a North American emperor and to lead your nations. But you have to give the ability and the knowledge in order for them to lead themselves. Because that is what is a true leader. It's not about control, it's about integrating the support needed for people to integrate themselves, to be able to lead themselves. It's as if you go and you fish to feed someone, or you go and you tell them, here's a fishing rod, let's go fishing, and you teach them how to fish. And just like I say, we have certain people integrated into certain professions and certain titles that do not have the integrity to hold those titles. The current situation happening right now in Canada, where they're trying to sneak through certain bills, where they're trying to create a majority government, and they're trying, whoever these people are, I'll tell you right now, whoever these people are that are switching from conservative side to the liberal side, they were never conservative to begin with. They were liberal plants within the conservative sector. And if they were to integrate and they were to go and do an investigation into it, you'll notice they were previous liberals to start with. And for them to jump ship and go over to the conservative side, only to come back to the liberal side, only to make a majority government, it's been a coup over the last decade to 2 decades. And it's integrated within the next 2 to 3 decades that it's going to take form. I don't believe they should have the ability to have a majority anything government. There should be an equally balanced, equally yoked possibility for intention and the sharing of ideas across the nation. And these ideas should have the ability to be voted on and spoke about and debated to bring about the best avenue and the best version of itself. Like, coming back to that whole emperor aspect, I would have the liberals and the conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc and all them all under one umbrella, where they can share all of their ideas, where their ideas and their voice matters, because they all represent a different part of who is residing. Whether it's the Green Party, the Liberals, the NDP, the Conservatives, whatever, the Democrats, the Liberals, whatever. But it's the integration of that. We are here to support the nation of humanity, not deplete it, not to destroy it. When you are left with nothing but challenge and no incentive, what do you expect to happen? We need a place for unity across the earth, across the planet. True unity, true, authentic unity. Community of humanity. But we're not going to get there feeling separated and divided and feeling alone and feeling like we don't have a purpose and feeling unbalanced and feeling all traumatized and angry and bitter and unhealed. And this is why I keep coming on here and speaking on this. That's why I keep talking about it. And honestly, I think I'm going to do away with the collective this evening anyway. Because my channel's just on point and flowing quite well. That's why I put the cards away. Now, the weather. Certain frequencies bring about certain weather. And yes, the weather for the last 50 years has been man-made. Okay? There really hasn't been a natural storm in 5 decades. Really to take a moment to understand that. I'm not going to say that it's a conspiracy, Joe. I have heard little bits of that. I tend to try to stay away from certain subjects. But I get blacklisted anyway. And sometimes it's for what people talk about in my chat, and then for sometimes it's for what I speak about. So I guess I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't at this point. But there's so much out there. It's disgusting. The way people think that they're going to get away with certain things. It's absolutely disgusting. People need to have a reality fucking check. And realize the divine is watching absolutely everything that they're doing. This is why I would sooner sit here and meditate and do absolutely nothing than to instigate and to do a whole bunch of bullshit and trigger people. Like, do I really want to be out here on here triggering people? No. Do I really want to be out here on here talking about karmic energy? No, I don't. Okay? I really don't. I'd rather not. I'd rather be speaking on positive energy. I'd rather be speaking on enlightenment. I'd rather be speaking on raising the vibration of the planet. I'd rather be speaking on being a hero and saving the fucking world. But the only way that we're going to do that is to heal our inner world in order to affect our outer world. So all these karmics out here thinking that I'm talking about you, no. I'm talking about the karmic energy. And if it resonates and if it vibes with you and if it hits you in the soul, maybe it's something you need to sit down and just meditate on. Because I'm not out here trying to call you out. I call myself out all the time. So if you think I'm just calling you out and I'm not taking accountability for my own actions, sorry, but no, I am. I'm not out here trying to rip you apart. I'm out here trying to help you elevate and to get you instigated into healing and integrated into that ascension. Because that's mainly what we're here for. to get you to remember about your own contract that you created, that you said yes to. Hence, for the reason why you're here in the first place. But you've been so indoctrinated and dissuaded by dystopia and bullshit that you forgot. And 9 times out of 10, due to the pain and the trauma and the bullshit, the abuse, the anxiety, you've totally forgotten that you're actually supposed to be here, that you're supposed to be inspired, that you're supposed to be living your best fucking life, but yet here you are sitting in your pain. And I even offer my time to sit and hold space for certain people, and they choose to rip me apart and tear me down rather than actually utilize that time and space that I would hold for them in order to overcome their bullshit, to help them to overcome and empower themselves out of their pain, out of their trauma, that I would stand with them. But no, they choose to rip me apart. They choose to discard me like I'm nothing, like I'm worthless. Meanwhile, I don't come around but once. People fumble me, that's the last chance they get. People want to take advantage and take me for granted, that's fine. It's the last time you will. Because I won't come around and spend time with you, just letting you talk, I won't hold space for you. If you're dishonest and if you're disloyal. I don't have time, because I would sooner chalk in some time for those that are loyal to me. So am I here to hold space? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm willing to lift you up. I'm willing to help you recognize your own light. I'm willing to show you where it is. But you have to be willing to open up. You have to be willing to be equally equal with the reciprocity within your spirit, within your being, within your energy. But if you be thinking that you're going to pull the wool over my eyes, manipulate me and siphon me and utilize me for my abundance and just leave me for dead and get away with it, you got another thing coming. If you think I don't know, you're sadly mistaken. I read people all the way across the fucking world. What makes you think I don't know? Some nights when I start channeling, yeah, it is to have a little bit of a break from tapping into everybody's energy. Because you know what? A lot of people that I tap into have the same frequency. They're dealing with the same fuck shit. And they're with the same stubbornness that don't want to fucking listen. They don't want to hear it. They'd rather just wear their mask and project their bullshit. Well, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of them projecting their bullshit. And some of them have been fumbled. There's quite a few people from my past that fumbled me. totally misrepresenting me, totally misunderstanding me on purpose, totally taking me for what I'm not, defaming me, putting me in a position of bullshit that isn't even the case. All because I'm a mirror and I show them who the fuck they are. And they don't like that. But somehow it's my problem. Somehow they make it my problem. All because they don't want to take accountability for themselves. And then they cry, and then they're bitter, and then they get sabotagey after I fuck off and leave. After I cut out my energy and stick to myself. Oh, what did I do? What did you do? That's a great question to ask yourself. Why would Aiden, as compassionate and loving as he is, why would he cut you off? That's a great question to ask yourself. Sometimes I'm just busy. Sometimes I'm just sleeping. Sometimes I don't want to people, which is fine. But if I don't call you back, if I don't message you back, if I don't have any dealings with you and it's been over a month, chances are you need to repent. Chances are you need to open your fucking brain and wonder why I haven't reached out to you anymore. And maybe there's something that you need to elevate within your being in order to get back into my energy. Because I want people to rise with me. I want people to rise beside me. I don't want to be having people rise at my feet. I want people rising beside me, standing beside me in solidarity. Not in front of me, not behind me, beside me. I'm reminded of that poem, "Don't walk in front of me, I may not follow. Don't walk behind me, I may not lead. Just walk beside me and be my friend. And together we'll walk forward together." We all have the ability to evolve and to step into our highest, most authentic timeline. But when there's others out there that are trying to prevent and to block you from doing that, act accordingly. If somebody's trying to diminish your self-worth, you deserve better. No question, hands down, you deserve better. Thank you, Renee. As long as we all step into this integration collective, I guarantee you things are going to get better. This whole bullshit about this new currency and this new ID and all this kind of thing, it has only worked in certain places is because people decided to comply. That's the only reason why it was implemented. And I'll tell you right now, it's wreaked havoc on the population. It's taken over, and it's created so much more chaos than what it's worth. And it's devalued and it's diminished the people within its intention. And it's despicable. So is it going to work on a worldly scale? No, it's not. It's going to fail absolutely miserable. It's going to be disgusting. We can't even be peaceful across the world. What makes you think we're going to have a peaceful central bank? What makes you think we're going to have a peaceful world with our so-called one world government? It's a bunch of bullshit, as far as I'm concerned. It almost makes me sick to my stomach. And that was my stomach, you heard. The audacity that they think that it's going to work out and everything's going to be fine. They're trying to take the job and simulate what the divine would want, what the divine would implement. It's not their job. And this is why the divine consciousness is rising up within everyone. And this is what I mean when you are dealing with trauma and tribulations and abuse and just the audacity. You're a lot less coherent. You're a lot less able to make decisions by being less empowered and unempowered and just foggy and no clarity and unfocused and distracted. The inability of making a coherent choice. But when you're empowered, in order to step into your calling and integrate that what is meant for you, is ultimately substantially more important and in alignment with who you are. And it's up to you to figure that out. And the more we are divided, the more we move away from community, the more we move into separatism, the more vulnerable we will become. The more alone we will become, the more homeless we'll become, the more hungry that we'll become. And this is why we need to integrate community. Get back to what makes the world beautiful. It's working together, creating community, creating support, creating purpose, integrating authentic energy, and ultimately healing the planet by healing ourselves. But again, collective, it starts with us. It starts with you. And time is of the essence. We don't have a lot of time left. I've been speaking on this for 2.5, 3 years now. Saying the same old thing. Trying to inspire and bring the world to this new realization. And I know I'm not the only one. I know there's many out there speaking on this. And we're being looked at like we're a bunch of fucking crazy people when we're not. That's the one thing that pisses me off. Yeah, we're at the end of the live anyway. I'm going to sleep. Sweet dreams, Renee. If you want a personal reading, if you want a personal session with me, you can get it through Hipsy. I am available from 12 to 5, Monday to Friday. For counseling sessions, for personal readings, for inspirational coaching, it's all there. It's all available. If you want to support me monthly, you can also get a membership here on YouTube. There's a bunch of different tiers and levels available for that. If you want to just send me a tip, you can click on my PayPal and send me a tip there. Or you can send me one through the Hipsy link at the donate button. Or the donate button. This is the way that I make my money. If I could have a so-called quotation on quotation real job, I would. But because of my past and because of the sabotage that I've dealt with these dumbass motherfuckers who tried to sabotage me, thinking that they were going to get away with it. They're out here sabotaging my life, thinking that they're going to keep me from having enough money to survive, so that way I can't take them to court. I was talking to a private investigator there a couple days ago. $3,000 retainer. Meanwhile, I probably could take care of it myself for less. You know? Happy birthday to your grandson there, Renee. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. That's for Renee's grandson. Anyway, collective, please be good to yourself. It starts there. Be good to yourself. Be good to others. And together, as a community, we can change the world. We're not supposed to do it by yourself. That's why we're all here. We all have a little integration of a job to do. Every single one of us has got a purpose. It's up to us to find that purpose. It's up to us to integrate that purpose. It's up to us to make the decision to step into it. To get inspired. To live our best life. To be happy. Not to rip people apart. And sabotage everything they're building for themselves. Stay in your own lane. If you have the means to help people, then fine. have the means to help people, but don't try to help people and then rip them apart and leave them for dead. Because that's not helping people. Yeah, $3K just to sit there and talk, Joe. An average lawyer is about the same thing. There's some that'll sit there and listen to you for $200 for a 30-minute session. So I go out there and try to get a real job, and that's impossible to get because every single time I get a real job, they go and they find out through an investigator. Who would you thought, right? They either have a lawyer or an investigator they go and look into, and they sabotage you, right? By calling in and harassing your job and get you fired or get you laid off. Call in talking like they're some sort of a, some sort of a reference of sorts, talking shit about you. Only to get you fired. To have that happen numerous times. Or actually have some sort of a company that hires you only to freaking haze you. And slave you. Take advantage of you. Work you like a fucking dog and then leave you in the dirt. And people wonder why. I'm a little frustrated. So that's why I've come here. I've chosen to come here to focus on my gifts, to focus on what I'm good at, to focus on trying to inspire the healing of the planet rather than being ripped apart and left for dead in the ditch. And some people don't like that I've come to YouTube to do this. Because I'm supposed to be dead in a ditch somewhere. So, anyway, collective. Please be good to yourself. I'm going to go lay down. And I will catch you in the next video. Alright? We'll probably be doing a better collective tomorrow night. Like, not to say that this wasn't good, but I'll probably bring out the cards tomorrow. Just tonight was a bit of a channel from the weekend. So, hopefully it inspired you to rise above the trauma and tribulations. I am available for sessions, so check out the description box for more information on how to go about that. Become a member. If you want to support me monthly, if you'd like to donate to me over the holiday season, it'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, this is how I make my money, by doing what I'm doing right now. We'll probably be having an open table once a week. When that is, I don't know. Probably Fridays, because Friday was an open table as well. So we might do Fridays for open tables, to where you can get your own reading, but you'll have the collectives, a bunch of different collectives during the week. I'm looking into doing a members live this week, so if you're not a member yet, you might want to become a member. And we're probably going to have a members live at some point. So on that mode, or in that note, be good to yourself if you can't be good at it, and I'll catch you in the next one. Ciao for now.